So welcome to anyone who has recently joined us in the hot shop. Today we're going to be working on some red hot auction items. So we have some examples of these objects that we're going to be making down on this front pedestal. They've told me that they're going to be working on the goblets right now specifically. And so at the center bench, it looks like they're getting started on a bowl, or that cup portion of the goblet. And if you guys ever have any questions throughout this process, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And as they continue along through this process, I'll just describe what they're doing and why. So for those who just joined, just to give you guys a little update, right now we're going to be working on these goblets that you see down on this front pedestal here. And these are for an upcoming auction that we have every year called Red Hot. And right here you can see they're bringing a second pipe over to that piece of the center bench. This is going to be the cup portion of the goblet called the bowl. And this little pipe that they're attaching is going to allow them to break this bowl off from its original pipe. So now they have access to that other side of the piece, and they'll be able to open that up and flare it out into that nice shape that we have on the pedestal. And they make the goblets in pretty much two separate parts. So they'll make the bowl, and they'll set it aside, and then they'll usually make the stem and pull the bowl back out and set it on top of the stem to assemble it all together. And do we actually have the previous Red Hot goblets and decanters? So I can give everyone in the audience a little example. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our previous Red Hot goblets and decanters. So these are a few examples of the different styles and themes that they choose over the years. And after heating up the front end of this piece once again, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers. And you can see he's pinched and pulled that opening away from the rest of the piece. And then he goes ahead and trims off all of that excess glass. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. Today, our hot shop team is going to be working on some red hot goblets. So that's what they're getting started on right now. We have some examples of them down on this front pedestal over to the right. And you can see our theme this year is sort of iridescent, and they've chosen pink as their color for this year. If you were to get closer to these pieces, you would be able to see some sort of reflective specks in the glass. And some of these were achieved through air bubbles, and some of them were achieved through a special color that has reflective quality to it. But at the center bench, they've pretty much just finished their bowl, which is the cup portion of the goblet. And once they finish that, they're going to set it aside and get started on the stem and the foot of the goblet. So this is going to be knocked off onto a heated plate. And this will be carried over to the garage, which is that large silver box right there. This is going to keep that glass cup warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of that glass. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. It's just going to hold it nice and warm so we can pull it out later on and use it. And now you'll see them either get started with another bowl. Sometimes they like to make multiple bowls in a row and then start on those stems. As they continue along with their process, I'll continue to explain what they're doing and why. But if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And I'll come right over. So for those who just joined, now you get to see the beginning of the process for this bowl. And these two metal blades that you'll see Ben using throughout this entire process, these are called the jacks. And right here, he's making a jack line in the glass. You can see this is between that bubble and the pipe. This is where we're going to remove this piece from this pipe a little bit later on down the line. And then to give this bowl a flat bottom, they're just going in with a wooden paddle. And you can see that Ben is remaining on the side of the piece with the jacks. And this has forced that glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. And they're trying to make them all around the same size and height, etc. So they're going in with these measuring tools every now and then. They're just making sure that they're hitting those requirements. And then a small bit of clear glass is brought over. This is placed in the center of the bottom of this bowl. And this is the first part to the piece of glass called the Avolio. And actually, to explain this better, do we have the diagram of the anatomy of a goblet? And as you can see, they've just attached that second little bit of clear glass. So up on the screen, you'll see a diagram of the anatomy of a goblet. I just wanted to point out that Avolio, which is right underneath the bowl. This is basically the connection point between the bowl and the stem. It's kind of hard for me to explain, so this image does a great job explaining for me. And then a second pipe is brought over, and this is placed at the bottom of that Avolio. And this is going to allow them to break this cup off from its original pipe, as they just did there. Now they'll be able to open this up and flare it out into that shape you saw previously. And since I have a few new people in the hot shop here and there, I'll just give a quick little rundown so you can understand the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So our molten glass is sitting in the large tanks with the closed doors. I'll just point out one for you guys, but we have two of them. This one over on the right, the closed door. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They stay at that very steady temperature. And when the glass is at that temperature, it's very viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And that is the beginning for all of our projects. And then from there, we can blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands that glass like a balloon. And to keep our glass warm, we're using these open face furnaces. You see them using over and over again. These are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So a little bit hotter than that molten glass. And we have 2 of them running right now, you may notice. One over on the right and, oh wait, actually no, we just have 1 today. I'm sorry guys. But usually we have multiple of them running. And this is to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So for anyone who hasn't seen it already, can I have the anatomy of a goblet up on the screen, please? Oh, I'm talking to someone who's working the screens. Good thing I have closed captioning. So up on the screen, you'll see the anatomy of a goblet. Right now, we've just made the bowl and the avolio attached to the bottom. I just wanted to point this out for those who haven't seen it. And later, we're going to make the stem, including that disc at the top and the foot, and then we'll attach those two pieces together, and then we'll have one complete goblet. And now that they've attached that second pipe to the bottom of the avolio, we're going to be able to open that cup out, flare it out into its final form that you could see on the front pedestal. And welcome to those who just joined up over there. Today we're working on making some goblets. And we have some examples of these goblets down on this front pedestal. Maybe we'll get a little camera view of them up on the screen. And these are for an upcoming auction called Red Hot that we have every year. And this theme for today, or this theme for this year's auction is this sort of iridescent or even metallic, just lots of shiny colors. And they chose pink as their theme as well. So if you were to look closely at these objects, you'd see there's some sort of glitteriness to the entire piece. And so far, they've just been making the bowls or the cup portion of the goblet. But pretty soon here, they should be moving on to making the stems. And they will be able to pull the cups out one by one and attach them to the top of the stem and have that one complete goblet. And if you guys ever have any questions, just raise your hand to get my attention and I'll come right over. Now this little bit of clear glass that they've just added here is the first part to something called the Avolio. And this is going to be a little connection point between the cup and the stem for this goblet. And you can see up on the screen that little diagram that shows the Avolio. It's a little bit hard to describe that shape, so I like to pull that up when I explain it. And now, after finishing that Avolio, they attach a second pipe to the bottom of that Avolio. And they wait for that connection to cool down a little bit so that it's not moving so much before they break that little cup off from its original pipe. And now from here, they just heat up the front end of this bowl, and they're going to just flare it out, open it up. And I forgot to mention this previously, but after they're finishing each of these bowls, they're bringing them over to the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And they're keeping them warm in there at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So they're resting in there until we're ready to pull them out and attach them to the tops of those stems. Now that cone-shaped tool that Ben used for just a moment there, this is called the Soffietta. And that cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow a little bit more air in. You can see now we have a much rounder shape. This has thinned out the glass and also just given them a little bit of a larger form. And for those who just joined, right now we're working on making some goblets. And you could see a few examples of these goblets down on the front pedestal to the right. And right now we're just working on making the bowls for the goblets, and then we're setting them aside. And then eventually we'll get started on some stems and bring those bowls over one by one. And after that cup is finished, it's knocked off onto a heated metal tray. And this one broke a little bit just at that connection point, so they're just going to toss that one. But the nice thing about using clear glass is we can completely reuse it. So this has gone into a clear glass bucket. We're going to be able to break it apart and throw it back into the furnace when we fill the furnace up. Welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have our hot shop team. They're just making some items for an upcoming auction we have every year called Red Hot. And these objects that they're making today specifically are these pink goblets down on the front pedestal here. And right now they're just working on making the bowls for these goblets, and then they're going to set the bowls aside, make the stems, and assemble them one by one. And if anyone ever has any questions throughout this process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. But as they continue working, I'll just continue following along, explaining what they're doing and why. And actually, to give you guys a little rundown, just in case you haven't been in a hot shop before, this will describe the temperatures of the different things that we're working with right now. So everything that we're doing in here is starting in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. So just to point out one to you guys, the one to the right of the furnace that we're working at. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass. Then when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. From there, we blow into the end of our pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon. And then to keep our glass warm, we use these reheating furnaces. You could see we have at every bench. We're just using the center one today because these are small objects. And these run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. But that furnace with the glass, it runs 24/7. So that torch is being used to heat up the connection kind of on the back end of the piece where the pipe is connected to the piece. And you'll see them do that very frequently. There's a couple of different reasons. So either the glass is getting cold in that area because it's the last thing going in the furnace and the first thing coming out. And they need to make sure it stays warm so it doesn't crack, or it's in preparation for breaking a piece off. And now this is broken off onto a heated metal paddle. And this is going to be brought over to the garage, which is the large silver box right there. This is going to keep that glass warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of that glass. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. It's just going to hold it at a steady temperature till we're ready with the stem. Then we just pull it out and attach it to the top. So we won't see that bowl until a little bit later on. So far today, they've only been making the bowls, but whenever they make goblets, they always make them all at once, like in the day, so they're not going to set them aside until tomorrow, for example. I know that they're going to finish goblets today, but we'll see when they start on those stems. And it looks like we had perfect timing for that conversation because it looks like they're getting started on a stem right now. As you can see, they were just rolling that molten glass in a little metal bowl. And inside of this bowl, we have either a powdered or a crushed color called frit. So the frit is basically like sand. It's little shards of colored glass. This is going to stick to that clear molten glass and give us a layer of color. And I think for this one, they are, of course, doing pink, just like those other goblets they have. So this little part of the stem that they're making here is called the optic ball. And you could see it, they stuffed it into a mold on the floor. And that mold has given it little ridges all the way down the sides of this ball. And that mold is called the optic mold, hence the name optic ball. And you can hear the texture of those ridges as they're continuing to work with this glass with those jacks, the two metal blades. So when they're making the stem, they're going to build the stem from the top to the bottom. So from the optic ball to the foot. And then they have to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the foot and flip the orientation so they can attach the cup to the top. And this is going to be the first goblet of the day. And welcome to those who just joined us. Today we are working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction called Red Hot that we have every year. And this year's theme you can see on this front pedestal over to the right. Right now we're starting on that pink optic ball and we're building the stem down. And we already have the bowls made and set aside, so we just have to pull the bowl out and attach it to the top of the stem when we're ready. And if you guys ever have any questions, just raise your hand and let me know. But as I continue through this process, I'll continue narrating along, explaining what they're doing and why. So as you can see, Gabe has a small blowpipe, and he's just created a really small clear bubble. And this is going to be dropped down on top of what they already have on the other pipe. And this is going to create a little blown stem. So this part of the stem here that I'm pointing at, you can see there's a little air bubble inside of it. So now you can see Gabe is dropping that bubble on top of the optic ball now. So they've just brought over a small bit of clear glass. This is just going to turn into almost a little bit of a platform or a little disc on the bottom of the stem. And this is where we're going to drop yet another bubble. And this is going to create something called a blown foot. And you'll see that process soon enough. But we use a blown foot instead of just solid glass for the foot. It just makes the piece a lot lighter overall, nice even walls. So now that stem is going to be held upright, just like before. And then Gabe is coming over with that small clear bubble. This is just dropped directly onto the bottom of the stem where they created that little platform. And as you can see, this is a sealed bubble for now, but they're going to open it up. And then they'll be able to flare that out into a foot. And the way that they open this up is they go in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades that Ben is using here. He's going to go down into the bubble, but he's not cinching all the way down, so he's not cutting off the air bubble on the inside. And then he goes in with a pair of diamond shears, like you could see here. And touching it with that cold metal tool is going to cause shocking and cracking in that small connection area. And then after breaking the end piece off, it's opened up the end of that bubble. We have a really small opening in the end. So now from here, they can go in and just start to flare this open into that foot. And to open this up, Ben is going in with that same pair of jacks. And this is very thin glass, pretty hot, so he's able to very quickly just flare this open. And for anyone who recently joined, right now we're currently working on making some goblets. And the specific ones that we're making today are down on this front pedestal here. We have that pink optic ball in the stem. And we've already made the bowls for the goblets, and they've been set aside. All we have to do is pull them out, heat them up a little bit, and attach them to the top. And to make sure that this goblet will sit nice and straight on a flat surface, you can see they were sandwiching it between that wooden paddle and the jacks. And now Gabe is going to start heating up that bowl in preparation for bringing it over. For those who recently joined, we have all of our bowls resting in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And they're staying nice and warm in there at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not hot enough to change or melt that glass, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. And just a reminder for anyone that recently joined, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll come right over. So now this is a very quick process. As you can see, they just attached a tiny little clear bit of glass to the top of that optic ball. And they call this a glue bit because they're gluing these two pieces of glass together. So after attaching that bowl, now we have one complete goblet. And they're just going to make sure everything is nice and straight before preparing to put that glass piece away. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that first goblet. This is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on that wall. This is going to slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And the thicker the glass, the longer this cooling process will take, but we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And so now the process starts over again. If they're making these goblets continuously, earlier we were producing a lot of the cups all at once, and now we might be making stems and attaching the cups all at once, and then the cycle will repeat. Just a reminder, if anyone who's recently joined doesn't know, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll come right over. And since I have quite a few new people in here, I think I'll give just a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will describe the temperatures of the things that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These little large tanks with the closed doors, you see them gathering the clear glass from. Just to point out one of them behind this garage here. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So we stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon. And then to keep the glass warm, kind of like a taffy texture, we have to use these furnaces with the open face that you see at the center bench. These are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's nothing physically inside of them except for that heat, I'll point out. And we have one running today that we're using. Thank goodness, it's so hot today. But usually we have multiple of them running to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And for anyone who recently joined, right now we're going to be working on some goblets, as you may have heard me say. Some examples of these specific goblets we're working on today are down on this front pedestal here. And these are for an upcoming auction called Red Hot that we have every year. And that may have been a little bit hard to see, but Ben heated that glass up a little bit, and then he stuffed it into a mold on the floor. And the mold is called an optic mold because it's going to give them a physical and visual texture on the outside of this glass. And in this case, it's just giving them these simple ridges all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble. As this glass cools down a little bit, you'll be able to hear the texture of the glass as they use those metal tools on it. So this little section of the stem that they're making here is called the optic ball. It's that pink ball in the middle of the stem on those goblets over there. So we have different metals and minerals that are mixed into the glass to get the color. Just to give you an example, to get blue glass, we might mix cobalt metal into the glass. And to get white, we apparently mix tin and antimony into the glass. We don't mix it ourselves here at the museum. We get it shipped in bar form usually. But this can be crushed up into a sand-like texture, and that's what we're using for this project here. And these little clear sections that they're adding to the optic ball here, this is just going to be the connection point between the optic ball and the rest of the stem. You could kind of see the final product here. That little, I almost want to describe it as like an hourglass shape maybe. Now they hold that optic ball up and they drop this long skinny bubble down onto that connection point, and this is just creating a little blown stem. So this stem is going to have that air bubble inside of it. You'll be able to see it with those goblets over there as well. Might be a little bit hard to see from distance. And then we have a little bit more to go. We're going to put that foot onto the bottom as well. And this is going to be a blown foot, and I'll explain that once they get to it. So now one more clear bit of glass is being added to the bottom of that stem, and this is just going to turn into a little disc shape or a little platform on the bottom of the stem. And this is where they're going to drop yet another bubble, kind of like that stem, but this one's going to be wider and a little bit thinner. This is going to create a blown foot. So as you can see, Gabe has made that small clear bubble. And then just like earlier, they're going to hold that stem upside down and drop that bubble on the bottom of that stem. And when they cut that off, you'll notice that bubble is sealed. You'll see how they open it up soon. We always have to make sure we're maintaining a nice even heat over the entire piece. So right now they're doing something called flashing. They just go in briefly, maybe 1 to 10 seconds, make sure that the entire piece is warm so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And then to open up the end of this bubble, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks. You could see he's not cinching all the way down. He's only closing off that bubble partially. Then he goes in with a pair of diamond shears that he has here, and he's going to just hold at that connection while someone else taps off that end piece of glass. And as you can see, this has opened up a small hole into the bottom of that bubble. So now from here, all we have to do is flare this open. And right here, you can see they're sandwiching the foot in between the wooden paddle and the jacks. This is going to make sure that that foot is completely even so it sits nice and straight on a flat surface. And next, they have to attach another small pipe to the bottom of the foot and break this stem off from its original pipe. So they have access to the top of the stem where they're going to attach the bowl for the goblet. So over on the right, Nick is preparing that second pipe with a little clear attachment. And then over on the left, Gabe is going to be heating up that little bowl that's going to be attached to the top of the stem. So now at the center bench, that second pipe is brought over. This is just attached to the very center of the bottom of this foot. And then because this glass is so small, all they have to do to break it off is apply a little pressure with that tool and then tap the pipe. So now we have access to the top of that stem. So now a very small amount of clear glass is attached to the top of the optic ball, and then quickly that bowl is placed on top as well. That little clear bit they attached is a glue bit, and it's because they're gluing those two pieces together. So now from here, they're just going to make sure that everything is straight and even before they go ahead and put this piece away. Then to break it off, they apply just a little bit of water to that connection point before tapping it onto a heated fork. Thank you for your applause. And then this is brought over to the annealer, which is the large black box over there. This is going to cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. Welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who just joined us. Today we have our Hot Shop team, so the museum's team. They're here almost every day that the museum is open. And today we're working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction that they have every year called Red Hot. And the goblets that we're making today are specifically these ones on the front pedestal with the pink optic ball in the center. And if you have a hard time hearing me in the Hot Shop, I know it can get kind of loud. I have some automated closed captioning up on the screen. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I'll just come right over. So they've already made all of the bowls, or the top portion of the goblet. They've set them aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And this is keeping them warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not hot enough to melt or change the temperature of that, melt or change the shape of that glass. But it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock, which is very important. So as they make the stem, they will be able to just pull that bowl out a little bit later on and attach it to the top and have one complete goblet. And if you missed the very beginning of the process, the way that we got the pink color for this optic ball is through frit. These are little shards of colored glass, kind of like sand, and they were sitting in a metal bowl on the table that he was rolling the glass on. And then he stuffed that hot glass into a mold on the floor called an optic mold, and this has given us small ridges all the way from the top to the bottom of this glass. You can kind of see the texture of it up on the screen. And you'll be able to hear the texture as they run the metal tools across the surface of the glass as well. And then a small bit of clear glass is brought over, and this is placed right onto the end of that optic ball. This is just going to be flattened out into a little bit of a pad. This is going to be the connection point between the optic ball and the rest of the stem that you could see on that goblet over there. And then a second bit of clear is brought over and placed right onto the bottom of that clear pad. And can I have the anatomy of a goblet diagram up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see the anatomy of a goblet. So this little connection piece that they're making here is like the avolio, which you see in between the bowl and the disc. So while continuing to keep the optic ball warm at the center bench, you could see Gabe has started another clear bubble. And this is going to be brought over and hung down a little bit. This is extending the shape into a stem. So this is a blown stem. And this bubble is going to stay sealed. They're not going to open this up. And then once again, like earlier, they're going to create another clear connection point at the bottom of that blown stem they just created. And this is going to be where they drop yet another bubble. And this is going to turn into a blown foot. So this little bit of clear that they're altering right here, this is just turning into a little platform or a disc on the bottom of that stem. So that stem is held up so that bubble can be dropped onto the bottom of that stem. Then this is just cut off, so now we have that sealed bubble on the end. And they're going to open this up. And once they start opening it up, I'll explain how and why they're doing it the way they are. So now Ben is going in with that pair of jacks. You could see it's not cinching all the way down, so he's able to have air pass through those two ends of the bubble. Then he's going to go in with a pair of diamond shears, just hold at that connection as Gabe taps that end piece off. And this is opening up the end of that bubble. And now to open the end of this bubble up, Ben is going back in with that pair of jacks, and he's just going to start flaring this open. And this has created the blown foot. And this is going to make sure that the piece is very light overall. It has those really thin walls, and it's also going to be perfectly even, rather than just using a solid piece of glass as the foot, I suppose. And for anyone who recently joined, I'll just point out that we are specifically working on creating these goblets down on the front pedestal here. And these are for an upcoming auction that we have every year called Red Hot. And so the theme for this year, if you look close enough, you could kind of see we have some sparkling glass. We kind of have these little air bubbles, and the pink itself has this sparkly texture to it. And we've decided to go with the color pink. And now you can see a second pipe has just been brought over. This has been attached to the center of the bottom of that blown foot. This is going to allow them to break the stem off from its original pipe, as they just did here, basically flipping the orientation of the stem. So now we have access to where we're going to place the bowl of the goblet. Now this next step is going to be pretty quick. They're just going to apply a little bit of molten clear glass to the very top of the stem, and then very quickly bring the bowl of the goblet over and attach it to the top. You'll notice this is a very, very small amount of that clear glass that they're using. And this is called a glue bit because they're just gluing these two pieces together essentially. And now after attaching the bowl to the rest of the stem, this is just going to be straightened out, make sure everything is even before they put it away. And now to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point, and then they'll tap it off onto a heated fork to put it away. And this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And for those who just joined, today we're working on making some goblets. You guys just saw the final product, but just to point it out again, these are the specific goblets that we're making today down on this front pedestal here. You're always welcome to come down and take a little bit of a closer look in the front row. And you could see we have some decanters to go along with them. Today we're just focusing on those goblets though. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So that was a pretty quick process in the beginning here, but you can see they're starting on that optic ball. This is the top of the stem for this goblet. And I was just explaining how we got the color for the optic ball. We use frit, which are little shards of colored glass. We have them in that metal bowl on the table. We just roll the molten clear glass in the frit, and it gives us that layer of color. Then from there, they stuffed it into a mold on the floor. So you can kind of hear that texture of the metal tool running over the glass right here. This is because it has ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom now because of that optic mold. And then they've just attached a small clear bit to the end of that optic ball, and this is the first part to something called the evolio, which is going to be the connection point between that optic ball and the rest of the stem. And can I actually have the anatomy of a goblet up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a little diagram. I'll just point out the evolio, which is between the bowl and that optic ball. We have multiple evolios throughout the stem as well, though, for this specific goblet. And now a small clear bubble is brought over. This is going to be dropped down underneath that optic ball. This is creating a blown stem for this goblet. So if you were to look closely at the goblets down on the front pedestal, you would see that the stem is indeed a hollow bubble that's been closed off. So the molten glass is sitting inside of the furnace with the closed door you've been seeing them gather out of, and that's staying at a very steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the open face furnaces, they usually turn up a little bit. They keep it between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is the pipe warmer. We have to make sure that the pipes are pretty warm before we gather that clear glass on the end. Otherwise, the glass won't want to stick to the cold metal. Oh, the closed one? That's the furnace that has the molten glass. I thought you were talking about the one that Gabe was using just a moment ago with the flickering flame in the back. So just like earlier, we are creating just a little connection point at the bottom of the stem as well. This is where we're going to place our blown foot for the foot of the goblet. So sometimes you'll see them blow the bubble out like Nick just did there. And this could be because the bubble was blowing out evenly, so they wanted to get it really thin so that they could break it really easily instead of just leaving the glass thick on the end of the pipe, which takes longer to cool down and break. And while they're continuing to keep that glass warm at the center bench, you can see Gabe has started a clear bubble. And this is going to be dropped onto the base of the stem, kind of like earlier. And this bubble is going to be eventually opened up and flared out into a foot. And this is a blown foot for anyone who recently joined. A blown foot. So to open up the end of this bubble, they're going in with a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades. They're not going to cinch all the way down. They're just going to kind of close it off slightly before holding onto it, creating pressure with the pair of diamond shears. And then someone will tap off the end of the bubble. And as you can see, this has opened up a small hole into the end of the bubble. From here, we just have to heat it up and then flare it out. And this blown foot is going to make sure that the entire piece is really light overall, and it's going to have those nice even walls and an even opening, rather than maybe using solid glass, for example. And for anyone who recently joined, right now we're currently working on making a goblet, much like these goblets down on the front pedestal here. It has that same pink optic ball in the stem. And these are going to be for an upcoming auction we have every year called Red Hot. And at the center bench, you can see Nick has just brought over a second pipe, and this is attached to the center of the bottom of that blown foot. And as you can see, this allowed them to break that stem off from its original pipe. So now we have access to the top end of the stem where we're going to attach that little cup or bowl portion of the goblet. And currently, Gabe is working on heating up that portion of the goblet inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So earlier today, they made, I didn't really keep count, but they made multiple of these little bowls and they set them aside in there to stay warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's hot enough to keep that glass warm so it doesn't break from thermal shock, but it's also not too hot, so it's not going to melt or change the shape of that glass. It's just keeping it at a steady temperature. So now we can just pull it out and attach it to the top of this little bit of clear that you see Nick applying. And now after attaching these two pieces together, we pretty much have a complete goblet. So before putting this piece away, they have to make sure that it's completely straight and even so that when they break it off, it sits flat on an even surface, since this is a cup that's supposed to hold liquid. And to break this off, they just apply a teensy bit of water at that connection point with the pair of tweezers, and then they tap the pipe, and it breaks off onto this heated fork. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that goblet. Thank you. So this is placed into the annealer, which is the large black box I just brought it to. This is going to slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And for those of you who missed the beginning of the process, they're probably going to get started on their next one just after they finish this one. And I've had a lot of people asking me about color today, so I'm actually going to play a quick video about a completely different color application process through something called a color drop or color overlay. So can I have that video, please? Sorry guys, can I have the color overlay video, please? Can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So it looks like we've just gotten started on making our next bowl, or that cup portion of the goblet. And usually when they make these, they'll make multiple of them and then set them aside. And then they'll pull them out one by one to attach them to the top of stems. And for anyone who recently joined, currently we're working on making some Red Hot goblets. Red Hot is an auction that we have once every year. And the examples of the goblets that we're making today are down on this front pedestal here. And can I actually have the images of the previous Red Hot goblets and decanters? So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow. This is going to show you the previous Red Hot goblets and decanters. You could see that they're matching with the theme and color. And the theme this year is a sort of iridescent or a metallic. There's lots of pastel colors, so we've chosen pink. And if you get close to these pieces on the front pedestal, you can see there's a lot of sparkle inside of that glass. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So as they continue making these pieces, you'll see them pull out these little measuring tools here and there, calipers, and they'll just go in and they're making sure that they're hitting around the same measurement each time, but they don't all have to be exactly the same. They're all going to vary just slightly from each other. So usually when they're making goblets, they'll make a few of those little cups or bowls, and then they'll set them aside, and then they'll start on the stems and start attaching the cups to the top of the stems. And right now, I think that they're just going to be making those cups for a little bit. And whenever we're finishing the cups, they're set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box you saw them walk the cup over to. And this is keeping them nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass inside of it, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. It's just holding it at a steady temperature. So since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I just want to give a quick little rundown, and this will describe the temperatures of the furnaces that we're working with. So everything that we're doing in here, starting in our furnaces, these are the large tanks with the closed doors specifically. So I'll point out this one to the right of the furnace that we're working at here. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at a continuous 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7. To make sure that that molten glass is staying warm. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's sticky and viscous, a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And then from there, if we're using a hollow pipe, we just blow into the end of that hollow pipe like a straw, and this will expand the glass like a balloon. And then the open face furnace that they're using at the center bench, this is just used for reheating. It doesn't have glass inside of it. And it's running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And right now, they've just attached a small clear bit of glass to the bottom of that bowl. And this is going to create a little connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet called the avolio. And can I have that diagram that shows us the avolio, please? So up on the screen, you'll see the anatomy of a goblet. And you can see just below that bowl, we have the avolio. It's a little bit of a hard shape to describe, so I just pull up the diagram to show you all. And then a second pipe is brought over, and this is placed in the center of the bottom of that little connection point we just created. And this has allowed them to break that piece off from its original pipe, so now we can open up the top of that bowl. Now this small cone tool here, this is called the Sophietta. That cone is going to block off the opening to the piece, and it's allowing Ben to blow a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. And as you can see, this has given him a little bit of a rounder shape. It's blown out that shoulder, also thinning out the walls of the glass. And now from here, he's going to be able to start opening this piece up using the pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. So right here, Ben is going in with that pair of jacks. You can see he's cinched down close to the pipe, and this is creating something called a jack line. This is where they're going to remove this little cup a little bit later on down the line, as you saw with that previous one they made. So since we're using a lot of clear today, we actually can reuse our clear glass. So if they're not happy with how something turned out or if something breaks, we put it in a special bin labeled clear, And then when we fill the furnace, we just crush that glass up and throw it in along with the new glass. So essentially reusing that glass. So that's a nice thing about using clear, even though it's not colorful or, eye-catching, it's going to be really easy to reuse if we break it. I'm embarrassed to talk about myself on the microphone, but I will answer your question. I blew glass for 3 years before the pandemic, and then I did something called flame working, which is having a table-mounted torch, and you work with like sticks of glass to create jewelry and smaller items usually. So if you were to go into the gift shop, you would see near the checkout area, there's these little jellyfish pendants, and that's a very similar or exactly the same type of glass that I use and create. So next, our artists are going to assemble one of these goblets. And this is going to still start with a stem. They've just made that cup. They're setting it aside to stay warm as they make the stem. And then they'll be able to just pull that cup back out and attach it to the top when they're done making the stem. And for those who just joined, right now we're working on making these goblets. You may have already known, but these are the ones that we're working on for this year's auction down on the front pedestal here. And there's a good view of it up on the screen as well. So to get the color for that little optic ball in the stem, they rolled the molten clear glass in a metal bowl on the table. And inside of this metal bowl, we have shards of colored glass called frit. It's probably pretty similar to the texture of sand. And that frit will stick to the clear molten glass and create a layer of color. And if you were to look pretty closely at this color, you'd see it's pretty speckled because of that sand texture. Then after heating that glass up once more, Ben stuffed that glass into a mold on the floor, an optic mold. This is going to give them a physical and visual texture of these ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble. So as this glass cools down, they continue to work with these metal tools. You'll start to kind of hear that texture of the ridges on the glass against the metal tools. So today we're working on some goblets, just to catch you up a little bit. And the goblets that we're working on today are specifically those pink ones on the front pedestal over there. And these are for an upcoming auction that we have every year called Red Hot. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over and answer your questions. Now these two little clear bits of glass they've just added here, these are going to be a sort of connection point between the optic ball and the rest of the stem for the goblet. And while that glass is resting at the center bench, closer to the right, you could see Gabe is starting a small clear bubble. And this is going to be dropped onto the bottom of this optic ball, right at that clear connection point, creating a little blown stem. And while this is still hot, this is going to be adjusted to get that pretty similar shape to the pieces on the front. And with each of these pieces, they're making sure to hit some pretty similar measurements, almost exact. So every now and then you'll see them hold up these little measuring tools, these calipers. And for those who just joined, we're currently working on making some goblets. Right now we're just getting started on the stem of the goblet. We've already made the cups or the bowl portion of the goblet, and they're resting in this large silver box right here, staying nice and warm. So later on when we have the stem ready, we can just pull it out and attach it to the top and it'll be done. And if you guys ever have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll come right over. So they've attached just one more little clear bit of glass to the bottom of that stem, and they've flattened this into a disc. This is going to be a sort of platform for our foot. And to make the foot, Gabe is getting started on another clear bubble. This is going to be dropped onto the bottom of that platform they just made. And this is creating a blown foot. So now that bubble is brought over, and this is dropped right onto that little platform I mentioned, and then the bubble is cut off. And right here, you'll notice that the bubble is completely closed, but they're going to work on opening it up so that they can flare it out into that foot. And as soon as they start doing that, I'll explain how and why they are doing it. So to open it up, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. When he's going down on the bubble, he's making sure not to completely cinch down, so he's leaving some space for air to go through. Then he holds a pair of diamond shears at that little middle point, and then they tap off the end of the bubble, and this has opened up the end of the bubble just a little bit. So now from here, they just have to heat up that end of the piece and start to flare it open. So when we heat up the front, this is just going to make the glass malleable, almost like a taffy or a putty, maybe even a little bit softer in this case. The glass is so thin that it's heating up super quickly. And then Ben just goes back in with that same pair of jacks, starts at that really small opening, and then quickly flares it out. Yeah, it's a pretty quick process. Yeah, these goblets, I've been told many times, are the most difficult the most technically difficult object you can make out of glass because there's so many small components all connected together. And to make sure that the bottom of this is completely flat and straightened, they sandwich it between that pair of jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. So now we have the lower half of our goblet assembled and ready to go. And next they have to attach a pipe to the bottom of the foot to break this stem off from its original pipe, the one that it's currently attached to. And this is going to give them access to that top end of the stem where they have to attach the bowl. So now that second pipe is brought over, and this is just attached to the very center of the bottom of that foot. And then to break this piece off, because it's so thin, all they have to do is apply a little bit of pressure to that connection point and then tap the pipe down, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Yeah, so the glass has to stay at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it gets too much colder than that, then it could crack or break from thermal shock. So whenever they're going in and out of the furnace pretty frequently, this is called flashing, and it's just making sure that they have a warm, even temperature across the piece. So this part of the process is very quick. They just attach a very small bit of clear glass to the top of the stem, and then quickly add that bowl on top of the little clear bit. And as you can see, now we have those two pieces assembled. And before putting this piece away, they're just going to make sure everything is straightened and evened so that it sits nice and flat on a level surface. So the wooden paddle is actually pretty important in the hot shop because it's an insulating material. Metal can actually be pretty cold when you touch it to the hot glass, and that could cause shocking and cracking. So with the opening to the cup, it's actually really thin. So we want to make sure to use that insulating material rather than something that could cool it down rapidly, cracking it. And now to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point between the pipe and the piece, and then they tap the pipe and it lands on this heated metal fork. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that goblet. And this is placed into the annealer, which is the large black box over there. This is going to slowly cool it down overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And does anyone have any final questions? Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Today we have been working on some Red Hot auction items. If you don't know what Red Hot is, it's an auction that the Museum of Glass has once a year. And over on this pedestal, I'll just point these out real quick. These are the decanters and goblets that we're making for this auction. And today we've been focusing on the goblets specifically. And before I hop into things, I just want to let everyone know if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But I'll get started with a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will describe all the temperatures of the things that we're working with in here. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. You just saw them gather some clear glass from the one over on the right. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass at an angle. And when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon. And in order to keep working with the glass, we have to keep it warm. So this is where our open face furnaces are coming into play. Today we just have this one at the center bench running, and these are running at around 21 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So sometimes a little bit hotter just to heat it quicker. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And it looks like they're getting started on the bowl portion of the goblet. So this is going to be that cup that rests on top of the stem. At the center bench, to give this piece a flat bottom, they're just going in with a wooden paddle on the bottom and remaining on the side with the jacks, which are the two metal blades. And this has kind of pushed that glass into a nice corner as they kept the air inside the piece. So now we have a pretty nice 90-degree angle on the bottom of this little cup. And this little clear bit of glass they added to the very center of the bottom of this piece. This is the first part to something called the avolio. And this is like a connection point between the bowl and the rest of the goblet, aka the stem. And can I actually have the anatomy of a goblet up on the screen, please? So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes. As soon as I see the cameras move, then I'm going to ask for that diagram again. But I just wanted to show you guys what part of the goblet they were working on real quick. So after attaching that second pipe to the bottom, this gave them access to the top, and you could see they're going to start opening this up. And after breaking a piece off from its original pipe, you'll usually see them trim the lip. They're just cutting off a little bit of excess glass around the opening and giving them a perfect, even, straight-walled opening. And can I have that anatomy of a goblet up on the screen now, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a diagram. I just wanted to point out that a volio, it's kind of a hard shape to describe, so I like to pull up the diagram after they make it. And that's just that connection point between the stem and the bowl. Thank you. And this little torch here is just used to apply a little extra heat to a specific area. They want to maintain an even heat across the entire piece so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock or cooling down too quickly. So rather than heating up the entire thing all at once inside the furnace, which could heat up thin areas too quickly, they just use the torch sometimes. And then after finishing the bowl portion of the goblet, this is knocked off onto a heated metal plate and then carried over to the garage, which is this large silver box they're putting it inside of. And this is going to keep that little cup warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass. It's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So it's going to hold it at a steady temperature until we've made the stem, and then we could just bring it back out and attach it to the top, and then we'll have one complete goblet. So they're going to be making one more of these cups, and then they'll move on to making the stem and assembling those goblets. So since we're working with all clear glass for this bowl portion, something that's really nice about that is if we were to mess up, it breaks, or if we have scrap pieces left over, we could technically break it apart and put it back into our furnace to melt down again. Usually they have to wash it, and we fill it up when the furnace is pretty low, so you're not going to see that in person. But we have special buckets set aside specifically for clear glass so we can reuse that clear glass. So most of it is by eye, but you'll see every now and then, like just now, Ben held up a little measuring tool to the piece, caliper, and so they're going in and they're just checking the measurements every now and then. It doesn't have to be exact, they're all going to vary slightly. But these guys have been blowing glass for over 20 years individually, and so they're pretty good at making the same shape and size without even needing those measuring tools. And there they are making the Avolio again. So the colored glass here specifically, we don't reuse, we have to just throw it away, sadly. So there's not really much that happens with it. So now our artists are going to move on to making the stem for the goblets. And if you missed it just a moment ago, Ben was rolling that molten glass in a little metal bowl. And inside of this little metal bowl, we have shards of colored glass called frit. And this is almost like a sand texture that stuck to the outside of that molten glass and created a speckled layer of color. So this is how we're getting the pink color for our goblets, that little optic ball in the middle of the stem. And then he's going to stuff that colored bubble into a mold on the floor. And inside of this mold, we have ridges all the way from the top to the bottom, so that texture has been applied to the glass. It's given us a physical and a visual texture for this piece. So after getting this little optic ball that they have here, they're just going to start building the stem from the top down. So next they're just adding a little pad of clear glass. And this is going to be the connecting point between that optic ball and the clear part of the stem underneath it. Now, just like that connection point at the bottom of the bowl earlier, this is going to be an avolio. And for anyone, just in case anyone missed it, can I have that anatomy of a goblet up on the screen, please? So just to point it out again, the avolio is that little connection point between the bowl and the stem. But in this case, we're also adding a few of those in the stem itself as connecting points between those individual components. So over on the right side of the hot shop, Gabe is getting started on a small clear bubble. And this is going to be dropped underneath that little optic ball, right under those clear attachments, to create that clear stem that you see on these goblets. And it's a little bit hard to tell, but the stem for these goblets, it is hollow. It has a bubble inside of it. So once again, another clear bit is attached to the bottom of that stem as well. And this is going to turn into a little disc and be the attachment for the foot that you see on the bottom. So if you're wondering what was happening right there, sometimes if there's little impurities or imperfections in the glass, they'll blow it out really thin to break it up easier when they put it away. If they were to just put it away as a thick ball of glass, then it would take a really long time for it to cool down. So they blew it out super thin so it would break really quickly. Now for this foot, they're going to create a blown foot. So Gabe is coming over with one more bubble, and this is dropped onto the bottom of the stem. And as you can see, this bubble is sealed, so they're going to open it up. And from that small opening, they'll be able to flare it out into that foot that you see on the bottom of those goblets. And this blown foot is going to make sure that this entire piece overall is still nice and light instead of using solid glass, and also just have a really nice even walls and an even lip. And to open that up, it was pretty quick, but Ben went in with a pair of jacks, which are two metal blades, and he cinched down on the bubble, but he didn't cinch down all the way, so there's still air that's able to go through the two parts of the bubble. And then they tapped off that end bubble, opening up the larger one that's attached to the bottom of the stem. So now from here, they just have to heat up the one end of that bubble and start to flare this open. And to make sure that this foot is nice and flat, you could see they were pressuring the foot from both ends using a wooden paddle and those jacks at the same time. So now you can see that foot is straight and even. It's going to sit nice and level on a flat surface. And their next step is going to be attaching a second pipe to the bottom of the foot. And this is going to allow them to break the stem off from the pipe it's currently attached to, giving them access to the top of the stem where they're going to add the bowl. They call it the bowl, but you could also think of it as the cup. And while they're working on this, can I have the slideshow of the previous Red Hot goblets and decanters, please? So up on the screen, there will be a very short slideshow, but this is just going to show off a few of the previous year's Red Hot decanters and goblets. And once again, Red Hot is an auction that the museum has each year. You can see each year there's a theme, and they'll make a corresponding goblet and decanter to go together. And this is this year's theme down on this front pedestal here. Now this next step is going to be very quick. They just attach a very small dot of that clear glass and then immediately attach the bowl to the top of the stem. Then they just break off that little pipe holding onto the bowl, and we have one assembled goblet. And before putting this piece away, they have to make sure everything is straight and even so that when it's resting on a flat surface, it's not got a tilt to it or anything like that. And if you didn't know or couldn't tell already, goblets are supposedly one of the most technically difficult things that you can make with glass. They're very thin pieces of glass, a lot of pieces assembled together instead of just one blown form, such as maybe a bowl, for example. And to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point, then they'll tap it off onto a heated fork. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that goblet. Thank you. So this is going into the annealer, and this is going to slowly cool that glass down overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And can I actually have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So currently we're working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction called Red Hot that we have every year. And so right here they're building the goblet stem. They started with something called the optic ball, which is that little pink ball that they have at the top of the stem. And then they'll start building all the way down to the foot, and then they have to flip the orientation so they can attach that bowl to the top of the stem. And if you guys would like to take a closer look at these pieces, you're always welcome to come down to the front row. this year's theme for the pieces in the auction. Oh, there's also a good view up on the screen, I guess. But this theme's year is sort of metallic or iridescent colors, lots of glitter, lots of shininess. So one more bubble has been created. This is going to be placed on the very bottom of the stem. And this is going to create a blown foot. So this is going to be the foot for the goblet that you see with these ones down on this front pedestal here. And right now the bubble is closed, but they're going to open it up using a couple of different tools. So Ben will sit down, he's going to grab a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades, and he's going to start making a divot in that bubble. But he's not going to cinch all the way down. He's leaving an opening for air to pass through to those two bubbles. Then he'd simply have to tap off this little bubble on the end. And as you can see, that's opened up just this really small opening on the end. Then they'll be able to go in and just flare this out. And now after heating that bubble up once more, Ben will go inside the bubble with the jacks. And since this glass is so hot, he's able to flare it out in pretty much one go. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. If you didn't already know, today we are working on some red hot auction goblets. So these goblets are going to go into an auction that we have every year. The theme for this year, you could see on this front pedestal here. The theme is sort of iridescent, metallic-y colors. So if you look closely at the pink color of these pieces, you'd see that there's a little bit of a metallic glitter inside of them. So as you can see, they flipped the orientation of this piece after opening the foot up by attaching a second pipe to the bottom and then removing it from its original pipe. So now we have access to the top end of the stem. And over on the left, Gabe is going to start heating up that bowl that's going to go on the top of the stem. And this next step is really quick, pretty much the last step in the process. Nick is going to come over with a really small bit of clear glass, and this is going to be attached to the very top of the stem. And then immediately that bowl is placed on top. And that really small bit of clear glass, they call it a glue bit because they're essentially just gluing these two pieces of glass together. And now that they have those two pieces assembled, they're just going to make sure everything is straight and even before putting this piece away. And it may be hard to tell because this paddle is so charred, but this is actually a wooden paddle. And they use this for adjusting pretty frequently because the glass is so thin and fragile in this case that we want to make sure we're not using a cold material on it. The wood is very insulating. It's not going to cool that glass down. And then finally, to break this piece off, they're just applying a little bit of water to that connection point, and then they have to tap the pipe. And this is going to be carried over to the annealer, which is the large black box over on that right wall. This is going to slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And now I assume they're going to get started on making some more of the bowls for these goblets. They kind of make them in batches, so they'll make multiple bowls, and then they'll assemble multiple of those bowls onto stems, and then that process will continue. And they're just making as many as they can today. And does anyone have any questions so far? So I guess just to give a little background on this, and I know it's hard to hear me, so I'll talk on the microphone. So they made a bunch of prototypes for this year's auction. They made some purple, some blue, some pink. They decided on pink. They made some iridescent, some metallic, some kind of this opalescent color. That one was really cool in my opinion. And then they had a couple of other people come down from upstairs, and they all sat at the table and looked at all the prototypes and decided on one for the decanter and one for the goblet. And they kind of had to match too. And now they're just mass producing as many as they can for this auction. And these guys, they've been blowing glass for over 20 years individually. And the man who has the most experience down on the hot shop floor is the one who's currently sitting at the bench here. I think he has about 27 years of experience. And most of them have been working for almost as long as the museum's been open even. So they work in the hot shop making glass art as a full-time job, so they have a lot of capabilities. Because your question was, how do they know they can make this? It's because they have made almost every single type of glass art before, I would say. So welcome to those who just joined. As you can see, we're working on making some goblets today. And these goblets are for an upcoming auction that we have once a year called Red Hot. And this year's theme are these pieces down on the front pedestal here. And as you can see, they've just finished assembling the bowl to the top of the stem, which is our last step. They're just going to make sure everything is straight and even before they break this piece off. And I just want to let you guys know, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll come right over. And then to break this piece off, like most other pieces, they apply just a little bit of water to the connection area. This is causing shocking and cracking in that glass. And then they tap the pipe and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And then this large black box here, this is the annealer. This is going to cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And now they should get started on their next project relatively soon here. It is pretty hot today though, so I wouldn't be surprised if they took a few-minute break. So welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Currently, we are working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction we have every year called Red Hot. And the examples of these goblets that we're making today are down on this front pedestal here. And currently, it looks like they're getting started on the optic ball section of the stem. So this is that little pink ball in the stem, which means that they've already made the cup or the bowl portion of the goblet. And that cup is staying nice and warm in the garage right here. This is going to just keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we're ready, we could just pull it back out and attach it to the top of the stem. And just let me know if you guys have any questions, and I'll try to continue and follow along as they blow glass, and I'll explain what they're doing and why. So they've just attached a little clear bit of glass to the end of the optic ball. And this is just going to be the connection point between that part of the stem and that narrow clear part of the stem that they'll apply next. And since I missed the beginning of the process, I'll just describe how we got the color real quick. So we get our color from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. We get it shipped in. And we use something called frit for this specific little optic ball. And frit is like sand texture, so these little shards of colored glass. And we rolled the clear molten glass in those shards, and it created the speckled pink pattern across the ball. And that is the only colored portion of this goblet. And can I actually have the previous Red Hot goblets and decanters? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow go by of the previous auctions, decanters, and goblets. And you can see each year we have a specific theme. We follow those patterns and colors. And the theme this year is a sort of iridescent, metallic, opalescent color. They tried a few different shiny colors, and then they stuck with these sort of metallic speckled colors. So if you look really closely at these pieces, they look almost like they're glittery. And as you can see, they just dropped a little bubble onto the bottom of that optic ball. And this is going to be that clear part of the stem. And it may be hard to tell, but there is an air bubble inside of that stem that is completely sealed off inside. And the same applies to this piece that they're making at the center bench. And after adding that one more little clear bit of glass at the bottom of the stem, now Gabe will bring over another bubble, and this is going to create a blown foot. And the blown foot, as the name might suggest, is going to be a blown bubble placed onto the bottom of this stem. And you'll see that the bubble is going to be closed to start off with. They're going to open that up using a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades. I'll point them out as soon as he starts using them. So Ben is going in with the pair of jacks. You can see he's creating a divot in that bubble. He's not cinching all the way down. So now when he holds on to that connection with the pair of diamond shears that he has here, they could tap off that little end piece of the bubble, and they're left over with an opening. So from here, they'll be able to start flaring this out and open it up after heating it one more time. And this is creating a really thin-walled, even foot. And welcome to those who recently or just joined us in the hot shop. Today we're working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction called Red Hot that we have once a year. And you could see an example of what we're working on today, that goblet with the pink optic ball in the middle. And at the center bench, you could see they just attached a second pipe to the bottom of the foot and then broken that stem off from its original pipe. And this has given them access to the top of the stem so they can place that bowl on the top and finish this piece off. And this is a pretty quick process for those who just joined. I would say once they have the bowls ready, maybe it takes 20 minutes to make one of these goblets. They're pretty fast. And now a small bit of clear glass is brought over and placed at the very top of the stem. And then immediately that bowl is placed directly on top. And then they simply break away that little pipe that was connected to the bowl. And we have one complete goblet. From here, they're just going to make sure everything is straight and even before they put it away. We want to make sure that it's going to rest level on a flat surface. And for those who just joined, if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. But currently, we're just making some goblets that you see down on that front pedestal for an upcoming auction that we have every year called Red Hot. And after finishing that piece, this is brought over to the annealer, which is the large black box you just saw. This is going to slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It's going to cool down probably about overnight, so we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And since I haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk about color, I'm just going to play a video that's going to talk about another color application process we use in the museum called a color overlay. So can I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So for those who recently joined, right now we're working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction we have every year called Red Hot. And as you can see, they're now getting started on making the bowls for the goblets. And usually when they make the bowls, they're going to make 2 or 3 of them and set them aside, and then they'll start making the stems and assembling the bowls on top. And onto this bowl, they've just added a small clear bit to the bottom. This is just going to be the start to the connection point between that bowl and the stem called the avolia. And can I have the anatomy of a goblet up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you could see a diagram. And I just like to point out the avolia whenever they make it because it's a little bit of a hard shape to describe. You can see it's in between the bowl and the rest of that stem. Thank you. And now they've just brought over a second pipe, and this is placed in the center of the bottom of that avolia. Oh, it looks like it broke off just a little part of that avolia, so they're going to have to remake that little clear attachment. So the way that they describe these pipes to me, they describe it like a frying pan handle almost. So as long as it's not directly in the heat, it's not really going to heat up very much. Every now and then if they're working with a really large amount of glass, or if they gather clear glass many times from that really hot furnace, then sometimes they need to cool the pipe off with some water to be able to handle it. But gloves kind of hinder the artist's movement, so they try to avoid using them unless they have to. And yeah, that's pretty much it. The pipes don't get very hot. So they're all inside of a little flame. This is just the pipe warmer. And they're warming them up so that the glass will want to stick to them when they gather the glass on it. And so they don't start off with that glass. When we cool the metal pipes down, it has a different cooling rate from the glass, and so they will pop away from each other anyways. So after opening that bowl up and making sure that the walls are straight and even, this piece is pretty much finished and it will be set aside in the garage. So you could see Gabe has just brought over a heated metal tray, and that little cup is going to be knocked off on top of it and then placed in the garage, which is this large silver box. And this is going to keep it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So it's going to stay in there until we're ready to put it on top of a stem later on. Welcome into the hot shop. Today our hot shop team has been working on making some goblets. And as you can see right now, we're going to get started on a bowl, or that cup portion of the goblet. And they usually make 2 or 3 of these at a time, maybe even a little bit more. And then they'll set them aside to keep them warm as they make the stems. And then they'll pull out the bowls one by one and attach them to the top of the stem one by one. And right here, Ben has a pair of jacks in his hands. You can see he is creating a line or a divot kind of near that connection to the pipe. And this is called a jack line. So this is where we're going to remove this little cup a little bit later on down the line. So these little clear bits that they're attaching to the bottom here are creating something called the evolio, which is going to be a connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. So today we've been working on making some goblets for an upcoming auction that we have every year called Red Hot. And the goblets that we're working on today, we have a couple of examples of them down on this front pedestal here. And so far they've been making some of the bowls for the goblets or the cup portion on top. And then they'll move on to making a stem. And then they'll attach the cup to the top of the stem and we'll have one complete goblet. And these are pretty quick when you look at the actual time that's needed to create these. I would say maybe about 30 to 45 minutes for one of these goblets. And just let me know if you guys have any questions. You can raise your hand. So this little clear attachment piece that they have been working on at the bottom of the bowl, this is called the avolio. And this is just in between the bowl and the rest of the stem. And can I actually have the anatomy of a goblet up on the screen, please? Sometimes it just takes a moment. Can I have the anatomy of a goblet, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a diagram. I just wanted to point out the avolio. You can see it's in between the optic ball and the bowl. And we'll be creating one of these inside of the stem as well a little bit later on. Thank you. And now at the center bench, you can see they've just brought over a second pipe, and this is being attached to the center of the bottom of that avolio. And this is going to allow them to remove this piece from its original pipe as they just did here. Now they have access to the top end of the bowl. They can start to open it up and flare it out.